You are watching 13 WMAZ News, Election Night 2022.
Thanks so much for joining us. It's 7 p.m. on election night, so polls across the state are closed.
Our Jessica Cha has been following the voting in Macon, Bibb County now. She is live at the Mabel White voting precinct. That's on Bass Road. And she's going to let us know if there are folks still there waiting to cast their ballot.
That's right, Frank and Lori. Polls have officially closed. I'm looking out of the corner of my eye, and it does not seem like anybody else is waiting in line to vote. But I heard that they did run out of "I just voted" stickers, so that's probably good. Paul Todd, the polling manager here at the Mabel White Baptist Church, says there was a rush around 5:30 as folks got off of work. He says the only problem today was a couple of folks who showed up to the wrong location. He says they have a diverse precinct and see people of every age, size, and color here. And now we have a very special guest right next to me. Now we have a very special guest here. Now this is a guy who really knows his way around election time. This is Willie Clark, and he has been a polling worker for 60 years. You did not hear me wrong. That is 60 years, and he's been doing it since he was 25. Isn't that right?
That's right. Yeah.
All righty. Well,
I'm so thankful for Channel 13 to do this with me.
Yes. So I'm sure that, that voting and elections have evolved over time. What was your first election night like?
It was very good and interesting and very thankful. Yeah. And it's good to meet people and see people coming out. It's been a nice and swell time. And it's been good for me. And I hope that over my years, I did something to help someone or somebody that made a difference in their life. And I would encourage all these young people to come and vote. That's a choice you have. You can be too young to vote, but you never get too old to vote.
Right.
Just remember that. You never get too old to vote.
And over your 60 years, how has elections evolved? How have you seen it change? Does it look different?
Oh yeah, it looked different and it changed different because, you had so much you had to do by hand, write out everything. But now you got the machine to do everything. And most of the time, all you got to do is just push a button. Yeah.
It's as simple as that nowadays, isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
Well, I'm sure that, that they're going to miss you out here at the polling stations. It's not going to be the same without you.
Well, I'm going to miss them too because I met a lot of friends and I still have a lot of friends.
All right.
That I met out here, yeah.
Well, I'm glad that we can send Mr. Willie off with a bang for 2022 for this runoff election. Live in Macon, Jessica Cha, 13 WMAZ News. Back to y'all.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Jessica. Mr. Willie said never too old to vote. I'm right there with you. Within the next hour, we'll start seeing results come in as Georgia voters decide on who they'll send to Washington. Incumbent Democrat Senator Raphael Warnock or Republican challenger Herschel Walker. Ashlyn Webb is live with our election tracker to break down the matchup from back in November 4 weeks ago.
Yeah, soon this board will start lighting up with red and blue as we start getting results in. But now we can take a look back at what the playing field was like just a month ago. And I'm going to go ahead and put our heat map on just to see how strong of a hold Raphael Warnock had in counties versus Herschel Walker. We can see in the metro Atlanta area, Raphael Warnock had a very strong hold. That's where over 50% of his votes came from in 5 of these counties here: DeKalb, Gwinnett, Clayton, Cobb, also Fulton. You can see that in DeKalb County, for instance, he had 84% of the vote. That's 250,000 votes just from one county. Then looking at Walker, you can see how deep red North Georgia is. That's where a big hunk of his votes came from. You can see like in Murray County, 84% of the vote there. We can jump over to Banks County, 87% there. Now he also got a lot of votes in Central Georgia, as you can see where it's highlighted in pink and red. We're just going to jump around and see like in Lawrence County, 65%. Then Wilkinson County, 56%, and then also his hometown of Johnson County, 73%. We also see a lot of dark red here in South Georgia, closer to the eastern part of the state, where in Eccles County, 88% there. Also a strong hold in Barron County, where he had 83%. We saw 3.8 million people vote in November, but did that many people show up this time in the 6 to 7 days of voting? We'll just have to wait and see. Back to y'all at the desk.
Thanks a lot, Ashlyn. Time now to check in on the campaigns. We have crews with both candidates as they await results in Atlanta. We begin with the incumbent, Raphael Warnock. That's where we find Molly Jett.
Yes, these doors just opened. opened about half an hour ago, and as you can see behind me, it is an empty room right now and pretty quiet as well. Right now, media crews are actually making the most noise, but I imagine in about an hour or two, people will start trickling in and the music will be just as loud as election night. As a reminder, Georgia broke a record with its early voting turnout, 1.8 million votes. Soon we'll be able to tell you about how many folks voted today. Polls are officially closed for the runoff for right now, and earlier today, Warnock encouraged people to get out in that rain and in the fog to vote. There could be some people still waiting in line to make that decision between incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker. Live in Atlanta, Molly Jett, 13 WMAZ News.
Thank you so much, Molly. Now we head to Anthony Montalto following challenger Herschel Walker. Anthony.
Hey there, Lori. Things are set to kick off here in just a couple of minutes. The campaign bus pulled up about 20 minutes ago, but in here right now, it's quiet at the moment, just press and staffers. But it seems like they're about to start letting people in here any second. Now, it seems like the November watch party had some more people here. This last time, folks were lined up outside well before 7 o'clock. Not as many people here right now, but this time it looks like it may be a more intimate event. The stage is set, though, and the references to Herschel Walker's storied football career are everywhere. Right back on the stage, you can see the big number 34. And out in the lobby, staffers are handing out red and black stickers with Run Herschel Run printed on them. No sign of Walker just yet, but one thing's for certain, the crowd will be waiting for him later on. Live in Atlanta, Anthony Montalto, 13 WMAZ News.
Thanks so much, Anthony. We are joined now by our guest for the evening, Professor Charles Bullock with political science at the University of Georgia. We really appreciate you joining us tonight. I want to talk a little bit about all the political spending we've been seeing. Tons of advertisement, and of course both parties putting a lot of money into this race, but the Democrats really putting in more, 55 million I think it was.
That's right. They've had the advantage in this, and the total amount being spent here is approaching $400 million.
That is just incredible. That's an extraordinary amount of money. So I guess that just kind of underscores how important this race is, not only here in Georgia, but really on a national level.
It really is, yeah. I mean, this is the most expensive Senate race in the country this year. So money is pouring in here. It's not just money being raised in Georgia, but a lot of it's coming in from the West Coast. Some's coming down from New York, places like this. Both candidates have these huge fundraising opportunities. Then also there are these super PACs.
Okay.
Yeah, which aren't run by the candidates. Indeed, they have to have a wall between them, and they're pouring money in too. Things like the PAC that's associated with Minority Speaker of the Senate, Mitch McConnell. He's pouring money into this, and we have other groups. So it's coming in from all directions.
That's a lot.
Georgia, one of the very few states that still actually goes through an actual runoff. Most of them have done away with that. Do you see that as a trend that will continue, or do you think Georgia may eventually get out of the runoff business?
I would not think we would do away with it altogether, because we've had runoffs back to, I think it's 1896. What we might see movement to would be what's called the instant runoff. And this was also called ranked choice voting. Our military personnel abroad are using it this year, so when they got their ballot back maybe in October, not only did they mark who they wanted to vote for their first choice, but they also gave it a second choice, maybe a third choice. So if those ballots are now being reviewed, if you voted for the Libertarian, you were one of those people, now they're going to say, well, who was your second choice? Let's allocate that vote now. So we might move to something like that.
Very interesting, because a lot of these local election offices say it costs us a lot of money to have to get people to come back out and vote again and to set up and have to staff for these.
It costs tens of millions of dollars, right? So if we wanted to save some money by going with the instant runoff, we would certainly do some of that. We'd also have higher participation.
I was wondering about that we were seeing a lot of change in voter behavior. Where we used to talk about voter apathy, now, we're seeing record lines at polling places.
That's right, but we almost certainly will have fewer people turn out than we had the 3.9 million that voted a month ago. Just one of the patterns now.
Sure. Well, Dr. Bullock, we're going to be talking to you throughout the evening. Thanks so much.
Sure.
Now, besides the U.S. Senate race, we're also following two races on the local level in Bibb County. Two people are on the ballot for Macon Water Authority, District 2. That's Desmond Brown and Lindsay Holliday. And in Milledgeville, Shania Mapp and Oscar Davis are facing off for City Council, District 5. We're following all three races very closely. Again, we hope to start seeing results within the next hour.
And we'll see you back here at 7:55 for another update. Thanks for joining us. It is runoff election night, and you're watching it all on 13 WMAZ and 13WMAZ.com.
You're watching 13 WMAZ News, Election Night 2022. You're watching 13 WMAZ News, Election Night 2022.
Hello, thanks so much for joining us. It's just before 8 o'clock on election night, so polls across Georgia are closed.
Poll workers and election officials hard at work counting your ballots. Let's take a look at some of the early results in the race for U.S. Senate. And right now, it is all Raphael Warnock, as you can see, with a lead of over 140,000 votes, 10 percentage points, with Warnock in front of the challenger, Herschel Walker. Now, these numbers, of course, represent just a small percentage of the total votes cast in this runoff.
Ashlyn Webb joins us now with our election tracker. And Ashlyn, where are we seeing these numbers coming in from?
Yes, like you guys said, we're getting early voting numbers in right now. And just by looking at this, we're getting numbers in constantly, but 151,000 votes. That's how much Walker is behind Warnock, 55.4% to 44.6%. We have a total of about 1.3 million votes being counted as of now. Now, remember, 3.8 million in the general election. We're going to see where those votes are coming from. We're going to jump into Fulton County, where we aren't seeing any precincts reporting just yet, but we are seeing some early votes, a total of 188,000. And you can see right now 82% for Warnock, 17% for Walker. And we can compare this now to in the general election, 74% for Warnock then. Now, other counties like Cherokee County, we were talking to Dr. Bullock about that with turnout. There wasn't as high of turnout in Cherokee County in a Republican stronghold as there was beforehand. We can see 62% for Walker. We can compare that to 68% back in the general election. That's with about 40% reporting. That's mostly early votes we're seeing right there. But we're going to go ahead and dive into central Georgia. I do want to start with Johnson County, which, as we know, is Herschel Walker's home county. We can see that 69% of the county is voting for Herschel Walker, but compare that to back in the general election, that was 74%, and that's with 3/4 of the county reporting right now. That is in-person votes today. That's early votes as well. I also want to jump over to Baldwin County right now, where 50% of the precincts are reporting. We can see that 52.7% are voting for Raphael Warnock. We're going to compare that now to the general election. That was 50% for Walker back just a month ago. So we're already seeing some change. We're seeing that it looks like Raphael Warnock has more momentum right now, but we're going to see how this pans out tonight as we get more results in. Frank, Lori, back to y'all.
Thanks so much, Ashlyn. As we know, it's still early. Here to break down those numbers even more is University of Georgia political science professor Charles Bullock. It is still early. Is it too early to see any trends, anything jumping out to you?
Well, we probably have at least a third of all the votes that are going to be cast have now been tallied. And these are almost exclusively these early votes.
Okay.
So who votes early? Well, we know that Democrats are more likely to. And so some of the numbers we're seeing here, probably Walker's going to make some gains against these because, you know, his voters probably turned out today, and those very few of the precincts have been counted. So this is all the stuff that got deposited last week. They could go in, they start running it today, and so that's what we're getting at this point.
These early votes.
So yeah, so a Democrat will look at this and say, yeah, I feel pretty good because it looks like my people did come to the polls last week when the Democrat was trying to get them there.
All right.
Historically, what kind of trends do you usually see in a runoff or election? Because the general election, it was a very close race between these two. Now, what usually happens when the runoff comes down the road 2, 3, 4 weeks later?
Yeah. One thing we know for sure is usually there's a drop-off in participation. And typically what happens, though, is that the candidate who was first in that first round will win. But if it's an incumbent who led the first round, but is now forced into a runoff, that tells us right off that first vote, most people didn't vote for the incumbent. So he's got to win some people back there. So an incumbent will win about 55% of the time if he's in first place. So again, this would be kind of, Democrats might breathe a little bit easier, but, one more but, we've only had 4 U.S. Senate runoffs, and only one of the incumbents survived, and that was Saxby-Chambliss back 14 years ago.
Okay.
Now again, that's the history, and history doesn't necessarily predict what tomorrow will be, but that's been the pattern that we've seen.
Speaking of history, can you compare this runoff to the one that we just had not too long ago between Reverend Warnock and Kelly Loeffler?
Well, yeah, that was a bigger deal because there were 2 runoffs, both our Senate seats, remember, had to be filled. And it was also a bigger deal in terms of that was going to determine which party controlled the Senate. Here, that was decided back when they called the Arizona contest a couple of weeks ago. Doesn't mean this isn't important. Indeed, it is quite important, but it doesn't have the same concern nationally or probably among Georgia voters
Okay.
that this other one had.
Not the urgency there
Right,
that there
right.
was before.
Yeah, who's going to control the Senate? What's
Sure.
going to happen to Joe Biden's agenda? That's what was on the table back 2 years ago.
Love how you bring it all into perspective. Thank you so much, Dr. Bullock.
Thank you.
Time now to check in on the campaigns. We have crews with both candidates, Senate candidates, as they await results. We begin at the incumbents' watch party with Molly J.
Yes, right now, minute by minute, as you can imagine, this room is really starting to fill up. You can see behind me there is a big crowd, and soon enough, this room will probably be filled with more people and more signs. It's a similar scene compared to election night. Just 4 weeks ago, there was loud music, cocktails, and even a few guest speakers. You can see the setup looks similar to November 8th. You have a 3-screen backdrop with Warnock's campaign logo and a huge DJ setup just over my shoulder over there. It looks like Warnock supporters will soon be filling this watch party room as well as the night continues on. Here's a look behind the scenes at the media teams. Crews from across the nation ready to tell this runoff election story. So far, there hasn't been any signs of Warnock here just yet, but as you can imagine, everyone here will be waiting for him to come out. Earlier today, he was in Gwinnett County, Norcross, speaking with folks, and there were a lot of signs in that rally that said one more time. Live in Atlanta, Molly Judd, 13 WMAZ News.
Thanks a lot, Molly. Now to Anthony Montalto following challenger Herschel Walker. Anthony.
Lori, things are quiet here in the main room. It's definitely taking a bit longer to warm up than the last time. They got results going on the big screen there behind me, and some guests are starting to wander into the room now, but most are outside in the cocktail hour in the lobby. Now, it's a very excitable atmosphere out there. People laughing, hugging, all of them hoping for a big Herschel Walker win. And get this, tonight is an open invite. They tweeted out the information about the watch party. They're expecting a huge crowd later on tonight, filled to capacity. Now, the UGA Red and Black is out here in full force too. All of them, that's referencing Herschel Walker's storied Bulldog football career. At the door, they're handing out stickers that say "Run Herschel Run," and over there on the big stage, you can see the big number 34, and draped over every single seat here tonight is a Herschel Walker UGA shirt. Live in Atlanta, Anthony Montalto, 13 WMAZ News.
All right, thanks very much, Anthony. Besides the U.S. Senate race, we're also following 2 races on the local level. In Bibb County, 2 people on the ballot for Macon Water Authority District 2, Desmond Brown and Lindsay Holliday. And in Milledgeville, it's a city council seat. No results from Bibb County yet. We do have results from the Milledgeville City Council race. Shania Mapp leads Oscar Davis by 90 votes right now as votes continue to come in.
We'll follow all 3 races throughout the night.
We'll also see you back here again at 8:30 for another update. Thanks for staying with us. It's Runoff Election Night 2022.
You're watching 13 WMAZ News, Election Night 2022. You're watching 13 WMAZ News, Election Night 2022.
Hello, and thanks for joining us. We're following results for the runoff election here in Georgia.
Let's get you the latest results in the races we're following in the fight to represent Georgia in the U.S. Senate. The incumbent Democrat Raphael Warnock leading Herschel Walker, although the gap has closed in recent minutes right now, 52% to 48%. Locally, there are 2 elections on the ballot running for Macon Water Authority. Early votes are in. Desmond Brown has jumped out to the lead over Lindsay Holliday, and one race is final. That's the race in Milledgeville City Council District 5, where Shania Mapp has won the seat, defeating the challenger Oscar Davis.
Jessica Cha is live at a polling place in North Macon with more on the candidates in the race for Macon Water Authority District 2.
Hi, yes, I'm not actually in front of a polling place. I'm actually outside of the Board of Elections. And so not only do we have a runoff between Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock, but we also have one locally for the Macon Water Authority, and they're running for the seat to fill District they're running to fill the seat, to fill District 2, I'm so sorry. And this is between Lindsay Holliday and Desmond Brown. Now, Desmond Brown held the seat earlier this year, but he recently stepped down in March as he was being investigated for possible state ethics charges. Lindsay Holliday, Brown's opponent, is a dentist and environmental activist. He is the elected supervisor of the Soil and Water Conservation District. Now, polls closed about an hour and a half ago, so it might still be too soon to tell who has this race. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Jessica. As the evening moves along, more election results will come in. Ashlyn Webb joins us now with UGA political science professor Charles Bullock with our election tracker to see how the votes for both parties are coming in.
Yes, right now about 1.9 million votes are being counted, and we're seeing that Herschel Walker is behind by about 33,000 votes. Dr. Bullock, I do want to start with the 5 big Republican stronghold counties. Those are in the metro Atlanta area, so Hall, Cherokee, Coweta, Bartow, Forsyth. What are we seeing there?
Yeah, what we're seeing is that in these counties, and they're the ones right along through here on the north side, none of today's votes have been counted there. We're seeing strictly those people who voted early. Again, assuming that Republicans probably turned out in greater numbers today, the margins in those counties for Walker should increase. Right now, he's running between 69 and 70% of the vote in those counties. Right there, we see one, it's 71.5. So his numbers should pick up there.
Jumping over, though, into the metro Atlanta area counties, these are, the big Democrat strongholds. Those are DeKalb, Gwinnett, Fulton, Cobb, Clayton. We're looking at Fulton right now. We're showing about 0% reporting, but some early votes coming in. Just looking at that, what's your thoughts on it?
Well, yeah, right. So right now he has a substantial Walker. Walker has a big advantage there, but he probably needs to get up around 200,000 if he's going to win. Same kind of margin one would expect out of DeKalb. DeKalb, we have virtually no votes in there. Probably just those people who voted early absentee, because again, only 5% of the total. Bit more here in these other 2, which are fairly substantial. But so a Democrat can look at this and say, again, none of the precinct votes have come in any of those counties. So the big counties on both sides, we're just looking at early votes.
Now, I do want to jump into central Georgia to see what we're seeing just in terms of votes. I want to jump to Johnson County, which we all know is Herschel Walker's hometown. We're seeing that 100% reporting right now, 71.4 for Herschel Walker, and Warnock behind by 1,400 votes there. Comparing that, though, to the general election, I mean, this is interesting, about 3 percentage points off.
Right, yeah, well, it's really kind of interesting because we ultimately total up all the votes. And so what we're seeing here is that Walker has lost 65 votes difference, while Warnock has made up a difference of 100. So the percentage here don't necessarily show but it's narrowing the gap, or the Walker perspective, he's losing a little bit of his edge here.
Are we seeing this trend statewide? I know it's really early to show trends right now, but do you think that we're seeing Herschel Walker lose some of that traction?
Yeah, what we're seeing is roughly the same percentages from November to today, but because it's a bit slower turnout, and also because we don't have that third-party candidate, and so Warnock tends to be often catching up just a little bit in terms of votes. Even if we look at the percentage, we say, well, the percentage is about the same.
Yeah. The other thing I want to look at is Baldwin County. Now, we saw this flip-flop back and forth in the general election. We're seeing right now that Raphael Warnock with 50.6% of the vote. That's with 100% reporting. And I mean, Herschel Walker, won that with 7,416 votes last time, about 89 votes difference.
Right, so here we're seeing kind of a complete reversal. The numbers remain the same, 50-49, but the winner,
it flipped
that
again.
changes, right, yeah. And this is a county that in recent elections has sometimes been blue and sometimes been red, and so it's not surprising to see that it's kind of this knife's edge.
Now, the other thing is this idea of an incumbency advantage. Going into tonight, did Raphael Warnock have that incumbency? Well, of course he was the incumbent, but was that the big advantage?
Well, it is an advantage. An advantage in terms of you got greater name recognition, although here it's not as big an advantage because of Herschel Walker's football reputation. Now, if it were somebody else who didn't have that kind of name, that would really make a difference. But it also, and one of the reasons why Raphael Warnock has raised a lot more money. Easier for an incumbent to raise money because people who write those checks know that incumbents usually win, so it doesn't do you a whole lot of good to give money to a loser. They can't do anything for you, but you give money to the winner, and at least you get face time with them. If you've written a big check and you've got something you're concerned about, you'll get to sit down and talk to them.
Of course. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Bullock. I appreciate it, and we'll be following the results as they come in.
Thank you both. Now, we are following all three races very closely.
We'll see you back here for an update. Thanks for joining us for our continuing coverage of runoff election night 2022 in Georgia.
You're watching 13 WMAZ News, Election Night 2022. You're watching 13 WMAZ News, Election Night 2022.
Hello, I'm Lori Johnson. Let's get you the latest results in the races we're following tonight. In the fight to represent Georgia in the U.S. Senate, 37% of the precincts are now in, and we can see that Herschel Walker, the challenger, has 51% of the vote to 49% for Raphael Warnock. Close to 34,000 votes separate these two candidates. Again, still a very tight race between these two. In the race for Macon Water Authority District 2, Desmond Brown with a strong lead, 62% of the vote to Lindsay Holliday's 38%. That's with 27% of the precincts reporting. And in Milledgeville, the race is over. Shania Mapp is the new city council person for District 5.
You're watching 13 WMAZ News, Election Night 2022. You're watching 13 WMAZ News, Election Night 2022.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us. We're following results for the runoff election here in Georgia.
Let's get right to the numbers right now. The fight to represent Georgia in the Senate after Raphael Warnock jumped out to the early lead. Herschel Walker has now come from behind with about 41% of the precincts reporting. Herschel with a lead of about 48,000 votes. Still a lot of votes left to be counted. Local races, two people running for Macon Water Authority. Desmond Brown right now, a huge early lead, 62% of the vote to Lindsay Holliday's 38%. And one race in the history books, the race for City Council District 5 in Milledgeville. Shania Mapp is your winner. Of course, the numbers still a small percentage when we're talking about the statewide race.
Ashlyn Webb joins us now with our election tracker. Ashlyn, can we deduce anything from the numbers we're seeing so far?
Yeah, and one thing I want to point out, just since we've been on air in the last minute, we're getting even more votes in, 2.4 million votes, and in that time it's flipped again. Warnock in the lead, 50.6% of the vote. That's 1.2 million votes being counted for him. He's 27,000 votes ahead right now. Dr. Bullock, what are you thinking about all this?
Well, it's a very close election, obviously, and we're
Yeah.
seeing it go back and forth. We've got 2/3 of the votes in, which would suggest that our total here would be around 3.6 million overall. So we know we've got a lot of votes still to count. Most of the precincts have not come in these Republican counties, but then we aren't getting the precinct votes in here either. So the main thing we're looking at in what is the richest areas for both Democrats and Republicans are those people who voted last week.
Yep, and we can just click around in this Atlanta area right now. Fulton County, we're seeing about 203,000 votes being counted. What are you seeing in
yeah,
some
but
of these
last
metro areas?
a month ago it was over 400,000, so still a long way to go there. DeKalb now has had a number of DeKalb votes have just come in, huge margin there, and that's what Warnock needs to do is he needs to probably have a margin at least twice that large. Again, this is the early vote because we see no precincts have come in yet.
Of course, and then also we were seeing some more numbers come in from really the Republican strongholds. Like I'm going to jump over to Cherokee County. We have about 30% reporting right there. Still a lot to count tonight, but we're already seeing, this is a big chunk for Herschel Walker.
That's right, yeah, and again, he will want to get his numbers up because he won this county by almost 46,000 votes back in a month ago. He's got about half that. So as the more and more of the people who voted today came in, his margin here should increase.
And now, of course, we've said before, a lot to count in the Atlanta area, North Georgia area, but we're going to zoom in now to Central Georgia where we're already seeing 100% reporting in some areas. I'm going to jump over to beginning in Baldwin County where we're seeing 100% reporting there, and this is one of the counties that's flipped.
Exactly right,
I mean,
yeah.
we saw in the general election 50% for Herschel Walker. Now we're seeing 50.6 for Warnock. It's flipped again.
That's right, yeah, so I'm kind of a perfect definition of a toss-up county. It can go either way, 89 vote margin, 153 vote margin.
Yeah, and to point out again, like you said, 153 vote difference, and that's as much. It's just crazy to see how they're flipping back and forth. Another place I wanted to point out is Monroe County. We're seeing 100% reporting there, 71.4% for Walker. I'm seeing in a lot of our Central Georgia counties where it's matching what we saw last time. So, same there. We're also going to see in Twiggs County. I'm going to jump over. Actually, let's go to Jones County. We're seeing some numbers there, 67.4. Oh, Twiggs County also, we're seeing 100% reporting there, and it almost matches what we saw last time.
Yeah, what we're seeing is our total vote totals are somewhat reduced, but the percentages are very close to each other, maybe within a percentage points or so that the candidates are holding their own even as fewer people go to the polls.
Of course, and then the other county I wanted to point out is also Washington County. This is one of those that's flipped 100% reporting. Walker won that with 50%. It seems like an 88 vote difference.
That's right, yeah, and again, you got 8% more of the vote to come in, it could go back and could end up being a red county.
Well, of course, we'll be following the results as they come in. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thanks so much, Ashlyn and Dr. Bullock. Time now to check in on the campaigns at their respective watch parties. We have crews with both candidates as they await results in Atlanta. Let's begin with incumbent Raphael Warnock. That's where we find Molly Jett.
All eyes are truly on Georgia tonight, and the people in this room really know it. They are hollering, shouting, and the night goes on, the music continues to get louder. I want you to take a closer look behind me, though. You can easily see at least 200 people in in this room, including some glow-in-the-dark signs. All of them gathered here to watch as results continue to roll in. So far, guest speakers have took to the stage to thank Warnock supporters. They shared more remarks for those who wrote emails, made phone calls, and went door knocking. All of them ready to, quote, bring it home. And again, no signs of Senator Warnock just yet. People are expecting him to come here later tonight, as well as Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens. Live in Atlanta, Molly Judd, 14W and NBC News.
Molly, now to Anthony Montalto, following challenger Herschel Walker. Anthony.
Hey, Lori, it's definitely picked up here. We had some live country music going not too long ago, and the room is buzzing. Now we've got some speakers on the podium. They just prayed, and we've done the Pledge of Allegiance. Now, when Fox News showed the race at dead heat around 8:40, the crowd erupted in cheers. Since then, more and more people have started coming here into the main room. Like I said earlier, they put out an open invite to the watch party on Twitter, and they're expecting a huge crowd filled to capacity later on tonight. We've also chatted with a few people here tonight, and all of them say they support Herschel Walker because of his stance against abortion. As for how they think tonight will turn out, though, they're pretty split. Some said they're confident Walker will come away with it, but others say they're not so sure. Still no sign of Walker tonight, but one thing's for sure, this crowd is ready for him. Live in Atlanta, Anthony Montalto, 13 WMAZ News.
All right, thanks, Anthony. One final look at the race now. Continue to go back and forth, now nearly a dead heat, but Raphael Warnock has now taken the lead by nearly 23,000 votes, and that continues to change as we go. Now the lead's down to 19,000 votes. We'll see you back here at 9:45 for another update on the runoff election results.
Stay with us online at 13WMAZ.com or on our streaming app.
You're watching 13 WMAZ News, Election Night 2022. You're watching 13 WMAZ News, Election Night 2022.
Hello, I'm Frank Malloy. Let's get you updates on the latest results in the three races we're following. In the Georgia Senate seat, this one has been going back and forth. As soon as we tell you somebody's ahead, it changes. Right now, Herschel Walker's turn to lead by about 11,000 votes. Still a lot of votes to be counted in that race. Two races are final, though. Macon Water Authority, District 2. Desmond Brown, he had the seat, resigned to run for chairman, lost that race, comes back to run for District 2 and wins the seat back, defeating Lindsay Holliday. And in Milledgeville City Council, it was District 5, and Shania Mapp comes away by winning 101 votes, the margin there. Again, the Warnock-Walker race continues to go back and forth. We'll continue to follow it for you throughout the night and, of course, on news at 10 and 11. Stay with us.
WMAZ News, Election Night 2022.
It's election night in Georgia. The campaigning is over. Now your voices will be heard. The battle for U.S. Senate between incumbent Democrat Raphael Warnock
Georgia is better than Herschel Walker.
and Republican challenger Herschel Walker.
Raphael Warnock has not spoken for Georgia. Everyone knows that.
With live reports.
I'm Molly Judd, reporting from Senator Raphael Warnock's Results Watch Party.
I'm Anthony Montalto with Herschel Walker's campaign.
A breakdown of the votes.
I'm Ashlyn Webb with a 13 WMAZ election tracker following the votes county by county.
An expert analysis.
I'm Dr. Charles Bullock, political science professor at the University of Georgia.
Plus, the latest on 2 local races with candidates vying for positions on the Macon Water Authority and Milledgeville City Council. You're watching 13 WMAZ News on election night. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. Georgia voters are eager to learn who will be their next U.S. Senator.
Ashlyn Webb joins us right off the top with our election tracker. She has the latest vote count and also voter trends from around the state.
Yes, we've already crossed the 3 million threshold right now for votes. 3 million total votes so far, with Raphael Warnock leading with 50.1% of the vote. Now, we are expecting right now that Warnock is his numbers will drastically change within the next couple hours, because right now, Metro Atlanta, several of those counties have not reported. I want to point out, like DeKalb County, only 7% reporting. Meanwhile, for Herschel Walker, several of the counties and the big vote getters for him, those are already 100% voted. So I can just drop a pin in North Georgia. We can see like Carroll County, 100% reported. We can see Catooga County. We can see also Murray County. It's just basically all of North Georgia. We're seeing 100% of their precincts reporting. Also, one thing I want to point out here too is that you see numbers already reporting in 5 of the Republican strongholds. I can jump around and see like Bartow County. That is one of the big Republican strongholds, one of the big vote getters for Republicans. And we're already seeing 100% reporting, 75.8% for Herschel Walker. And like I said earlier, we're seeing for Raphael Warnock, several of those big counties like Fulton County, we're only seeing 28% reporting there. DeKalb County, 7%. Clayton County, 76%, so we're getting more there. Gwinnett County, 78%. So we're seeing that, you know, one thing I need to point out here is these metro Atlanta area counties, that's where Raphael Warnock got over 50% of his vote in November. We're expecting to see that here again tonight. So again, we're going to see a big jump in numbers for Raphael Warnock, we're expecting. Frank, Lori, back to you.
Thanks, Ashlyn. Senator Raphael Warnock's watch party room is getting active and crowded. Molly Judd joins us there as supporters keep the energy going.
As you can see behind me, this room is packed on the floor and up on stage. Now, those taking the stage are speaking on behalf of incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock, speaking loud and clear, saying he is the man for this job. Now, as you can also see behind me, there are a lot of people dancing and singing as if they've already won. Just a ballpark number, there has been at least 200 people in this room. They say Warnock tells the truth and will represent them in Washington, D.C. Rabbi Joshua Lester was the third to speak. He prays for Warnock's future. Thank God in advance for the victory. Bishop Reginald Jackson agreed.
Help us to celebrate. This has been a long journey, but through the journey, we've become stronger.
Other Warnock supporters took the stage tonight. They say he is good for the nation, and they also say he tells the truth. Live in Atlanta, Molly Judd, 13 WMAZ News.
Thank you, Molly. We'll continue to check in with you throughout the night. Now we head to the campaign of Senator Warnock's challenger. Anthony Montalto was following Herschel Walker's watch party. Anthony joins us live from the College Football Hall of Fame in Atlanta.
It has been neck and neck here all night, and every time Herschel Walker takes even the slightest lead, this crowd goes wild. Now, it did take a little while for the party to get going tonight compared to that November watch party, but the room is buzzing now. We haven't seen Walker yet tonight, but we do know he's here. The campaign bus got here around 6:40. We've also spoken with a few people here tonight from all over the state. Many of them support Walker because of his stance on abortion. As for how tonight will go, well, that's where they're pretty split. James Staples says he's a little nervous.
I'm a little nervous personally, but I'm pretty excited to be here, and it seems like the energy is really good here. I see a lot of people with cowboy hats, which I love to see. So I think the energy is pretty good in here, and I'm pretty excited to see the results.
Now, several folks have taken the podium tonight to talk about their support for Walker. We heard from the chair of the Cobb County Republican Party, and get this, we even had a little bit of a live country music performance dedicated to Walker a little bit ago. The party's definitely still going here. Live in Atlanta, Anthony Montalto, 13 WMAC News.
Thanks so much, Anthony, reporting live in Atlanta.
We're now joined by Charles Bullock, a political science professor at the University of Georgia, has been following elections for years and years and years. Seeing anything different from this runoff tonight than what we've seen in the past?
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have a very good turnout overall. Not going to have a huge drop-off. I expect there may be some drop-off, but it looks like we're going to get 3.6, 3.7 million votes. So we've done a good job as Georgians who have gone and voted.
Especially for a runoff. Any kind of historical patterns that you're seeing kind of play out tonight?
Yeah, what we're seeing here, and we're looking at this, and Ashlyn touched on this already, and that is Democrats have to run up the vote in those big metro counties. And they probably have, although we don't know because a lot of those haven't been counted yet. Now, what we've seen come in early would be those early votes, and they ran those earlier today. So chances are, yeah, Warnock ought to do well in those counties, but probably not as well as he did in those early votes, because the people who went out and voted today more like to be Republicans. And that again follows the general pattern. Republicans vote on election day.
Okay.
Surprised by the high number of votes, given that no governor's race on this ballot, and really it's just the Senate race that's driving this vote.
Absolutely, yeah. Last time we saw a 90% return from the first vote to the second vote. That was back in 2021. And that's because we had two contests, and we were going to determine who controlled the Senate. Well, only one contest this year, and Senate control has already been decided. So there's a lot less at stake, and you'd think that some more voters might have said, yeah, I don't care that much about it. I'm just going to, it's a rainy day in North Georgia. I'm not going to get out and vote.
Let's talk about the political environment. And like Frank said, you've been following politics for a long time. How have you seen it evolve? Like, where are we today?
Oh, yeah. When I started following, we were rated the bluest of blue states. You know, Republicans weren't even running people for governor. And then we go through a period back about 30 years ago when we were competitive, and sometimes Republicans, sometimes Democrats. And then as we move into this century, it's been mainly a red state. And that really begins to change only in 2018, 2020. And it was really in 2020 where Democrats actually began to win something statewide. And they hadn't won a statewide non-incumbent before Joe Biden wins since all the way back in 1998.
Wow.
So yeah, I mean, probably the state's still a bit more red than it is blue, but Democrats have begun to claw their way back into a competitive situation.
First draft of history being written tonight.
And we're getting to see it, right, which is fun.
Very fun. Thanks so much, Dr.
Certainly.
Bullock. We appreciate your insight.
Well, today was election day. Dr. Bullock was talking, and the weather wasn't great in all parts of the state. Fortunately, by this afternoon, Ben, we did see a little bit of sunshine.
Yeah, it turned out not so bad. Yesterday was definitely the dreariest of the days. Here as we look over downtown, we've had a sprinkle or two in a few spots, and there's the potential for fog. Now, this time last night, we were already seeing it roll in. There's more dense fog in our northern counties as you get closer to that wedge. That's where we're seeing most of that. 65 is the current number, looking at a low around 60 overnight into tomorrow morning. So again, fog possible, not for everybody. I know we had it here in the Macon area last night. And the general theme is still here. Warm days, warm nights. We may even see some near record highs in some parts of the state as we go through the next couple of days. Well, this wedge has been in play with the cold stuff up in North Georgia. There's the warm front starting to come up, and that will scour that out as we go through the day tomorrow. And what that means is instead of us seeing this drastic drop, 53 to 63, 66 here, everybody's going to be warmer as we go through the day tomorrow. And you can see some folks up 6, 7, 8 degrees from this time last night. Humidity levels will also take over as you go farther toward the north. Just a few sprinkles out there at times. Coming up in a little bit, I'll show you how Future View treats the rest of the week and the weekend. It's on the way in just a few.
Thanks a lot, Ben. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, the Warnock-Walker race, obviously the big one, but there are two other local races involving Central Georgia candidates. District 2, Macon Water Authority. Desmond Brown regains his seat. He stepped away to run for chairman. Now he comes back and wins it, defeating Lindsay Doc Holliday tonight. Really a sound win for Brown. Jessica Cha has been following this race, and she joins us live now from the Macon-Bibb Board of Elections office on Pianoda Avenue.
Right. I'm currently at the Macon-Bibb Board of Elections, and they're about to shut down for the night. However, the results are in. Yes, Desmond Brown has in fact taken the seat for District 2 of the Macon Water Authority. Now, we did try to reach out to Desmond about about his win today, but he has not responded to our calls and messages. In fact, he hasn't talked to media throughout his campaign. Now, Desmond did try to, now Brown resigned from the same seat back in March. He's a contractor, and he was being investigated by the Macon Water Authority and former DA David Cook for allegedly taking money from customers and not completing the work. The authority debated asking Governor Brian Kemp to remove Brown from office, but Brown resigned before then. Now, there's no guarantee that the investigation from the DA's office will continue because current Macon-Bibb DA Anita Howard says that the board did not send her the report. However, Brown now rejoins his 4 other Macon Water Authority members. Live in Macon, Jessica Cha, 13 WMAZ News. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Jessica. District 2, if you're wondering, covers parts of East, West, and South Macon-Bibb County. Now let's check in on another local race. Milledgeville City Council, District 5. 101 votes decided this one. Shania Mapp defeats Oscar Davis. She picked up roughly 58% of the vote.
Coming up, we're going to tell you what we know about an overnight shooting in Bibb County that left 3 teenagers dead and hear from a former teacher of one of the victims. That story and more local and national headlines. We're back in 2 minutes. Thanks for staying with us. Let's get you caught up on some local news headlines. A shooting at West Club Apartments in Bibb County left 3 teenagers dead and a 4th wounded. The sheriff's office says deputies were called around 1:30 to the scene on Steve Drive in West Macon. 16-year-old Marcellus Williams died on the scene. Jerian Willis and Tyshawn Williams died at the hospital. They're both 18. The 14-year-old was treated overnight and released. This incident brings Bibb's homicide numbers to 65 this year.
It kind of just guts me because whether you're 16, 14, 18, 19, you're still in that teenager zone. And these are children. And the violence has got to stop. There's no reason that children should be dying.
All 4 teens went to Westside High School. The sheriff's office has not released any further details on the shooting.
A Macon mother received a 20-year sentence for killing her 3-month-old baby. It was a story we first told you about in 2019. This week, Rebecca Kipp pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. She was charged in 2019 when the child was found lying face down on a couch where Kipp left him hours before. Kipp gave different stories to investigators at the time of the baby's death. She later admitted she left the child unattended for over 3 hours. She was sentenced to 20 years. The first 12 served in confinement.
A restaurant worker shot and killed a robber in self-defense at a restaurant in Warner Robins. Police say it happened just before 10 last night at the American Filling and Wings on Watson Boulevard. Police say Joshua Hickey jumped the counter and tried to go to a back door of the store to demand money. He had a semi-automatic pistol and pistol-whipped an employee. That's what police say. Sergeant Justin Clark says the worker also had a gun.
The restaurant worker was struck, hit the ground. As he was coming back up, he drew his own legally owned firearm and fired 3 shots at Mr. Hickey. Mr. Hickey was struck twice and fled on foot. He was later found in the roadway on Vernon Drive.
Hickey died at Houston Medical Center, but the employee was not hurt. We went to the restaurant today, but the staff declined comment. Warner Robins has had 12 homicides this year, 5 more than last year.
New tonight, the Washington County Sheriff's Office issuing a warning about a new scam. Sheriff Joel Cochran said in a Facebook post someone recently called an elderly person claiming to be her brother. Said he had gotten into a wreck and was arrested on DUI charges. Someone claiming to be a lawyer then called asking for money to post bail. Fortunately, a family member stopped the phone call before any money changed hands. Sheriff Cochran asked anybody with questions or concerns about calls like that to contact the Sheriff's Office.
In state news, the Port of Savannah planning a $410 million overhaul of one of its terminals to make room for loading and unloading larger ships. The Georgia Ports Authority board approved the project yesterday under a plan to expand the city's capacity for cargo containers by more than 50% by 2025. This will impact the port's Oceans terminal, which currently handles high volumes of Georgia's paper, lumber, and steel shipments. Those operations will be moved to the Port of Brunswick over the next year until the Oceans terminal is completed.
The suspect accused of entering a Colorado gay nightclub clad in body armor and opening fire with an AR-15 style rifle, charged by prosecutors today. Those charges include 305 criminal counts, including hate crimes and murder. 22-year-old Anderson Lee Aldrich is accused of killing 5 people and wounding 17 others. The U.S. experiencing a record decline in how long people live. Life expectancy has dropped by nearly 3 years, according to the CDC. That's the largest drop since World War I. A report from the Bloomberg American Health Initiative says COVID is the biggest reason, followed by overdoses, gun-related homicide and suicide, teen suicide, and motor vehicle fatalities. A New York jury found 2 companies with ties to former President Trump guilty of tax fraud and other crimes. The New York case charged the Trump Corporation and Trump Payroll Corporation of scheming to reduce payroll liability from executives' salaries through untaxed bonuses and luxury perks. Despite the companies both bearing his name, defense attorneys said the former president was unaware of the schemes.
Today, the U.S. Capitol Police Department and the D.C. Metro Police Department received congressional gold medals for their heroic response on January 6.
For us, it was a day defined by chaos, courage, tragic loss, and resolve.
The highest honor Congress awards came 23 months to the day after rioters attacked the Capitol in an effort to stop lawmakers from certifying the 2020 election of President Biden. The head of the D.C. Metro Police Department said the ceremony was the first time back to the Capitol for many of the officers.
Warm day out there. We started at 58 and then 74. Look at the average for this time of year. We're nowhere near that as we finish out this week. I'll show you 7 days next. All right, pretty clear out there for now. Again, last night we had the fog rolling in. I think the farther north you are, you still could have some fog in some spots. And so we're going to say fog possible. Matter of fact, it looks good on top of that graphic right there. Maybe a sprinkle. I saw a couple of those earlier. So it's these little waves of sprinkles that'll come through, you know, time to time, maybe 1 or 2 sprinkles. If you're out driving, you have to hit wipers occasionally. But temperature-wise, we've been running warm. We have. North Georgia has not. That's where the cold stuff has been, and even some of our northern counties. But this warm front is coming up. So this means that warm air overtaking the wedge is to the north. So everybody's going to start seeing the above normal stuff starting tomorrow. Here's a look at the numbers now. Again, 54 Monticello, 67 Unadilla, Montezuma. So warm day, warm night. We're looking at a low again somewhere around 60 plus in the morning. Clouds rolling by off and on, and occasionally there have been a sprinkle or two with some of these. More steady rain, more concentrated stuff as you get up in extreme northern Alabama, North Georgia into Tennessee. Future View shows that as we head on through tonight into tomorrow morning, that same kind of thing, just light waves up that way. And we may occasionally see 1 or 2 sprinkles here. There's tomorrow morning. We get into tomorrow afternoon, maybe a sprinkle. Again, you could go through the next few days without seeing any rain, but don't, you know, if you see a sprinkle or two, we talked about it. All right, so there's a look at the Future View map. Again, some sunshine coming in, a warm day tomorrow, mid to even upper 70s as you go farther south. Here's tomorrow night as we go later. Maybe some of the rain drops down a little farther south. Again, these are not great rain chances. Thursday, maybe a sprinkle in a few spots. There's Thursday night, same kind of thing. Most folks not seeing anything. And then Friday, with the boundary coming across, we may have a couple of sprinkles there as well. So in other words, for the next few days, most won't see anything, but there could be a sprinkle at any given part of the day. There's a look at Friday, by the way, as that front comes down. Looks like we're going to go dry for Saturday, and then Sunday we bring the rain potential back in. So far, I'm going with 30% as the models try to, narrow this down as we get a little bit closer on in. And then maybe some hit or miss stuff even as we get on into next week. So I still don't see anything really moving this pattern away. As far as temperatures, we're going to say 60 as an average in the morning. This will take us into tomorrow afternoon. Notice the wedge gone at this point now. So whereas places like Athens, Atlanta have been in the 40s and 50s, now 70s coming over there. And look at these numbers for us, somewhere in the upper 70s easily. This will take us into Thursday morning with 60 plus for the low. And then Thursday afternoon, bringing some 70-plus kind of numbers back up again. And again, with the humidity levels, that's going to continue to be up as we go through the next few days. So kind of the warm and muggies out there for this time of year anyway. As we head into the weekend, it looks like Sunday will be the best chance, and then maybe cooling in a little bit as we head into next week. Coming right back.
Thanks for staying with us. Time now to check back in our election night results. The race for the Senate has been back and forth all night long.
Ashley Webb joins us in studio with our election tracker following the votes across the state.
Yes, it seems like right now Warnock is widening his lead. We see that 3.3 million votes have been counted, and so far Herschel Walker is behind by nearly 30,000 votes, with Raphael Warnock having 50.4% of the vote right now. One thing I really do need to point out, though, is we're waiting on a big chunk of Metro Atlanta. One part, DeKalb County, only 32% reporting, so we're expecting to see more of that, more votes coming in from that. Also, Fulton County, we're seeing 57% reporting there. I do want to highlight that in this chunk right here, that's where, in those 5 metro Atlantic counties, that's where Raphael Warnock got a little over 50% of his votes last time in November. Now, I do want to dive in to Central Georgia to see some of the trends. I want to start off, though, in Monroe County. We're seeing, some of the margins that we saw last time. So, 71.4% for Walker, 70.8% back in the general election. But one thing I do want to point out is, though they have similar margins, Walker did lose 600 votes in Monroe County between the general election and now this runoff. Meanwhile, Warnock lost only 100 votes. We're seeing this consistently throughout Central Georgia, and we're seeing it really across the state. So we'll continue to follow these results. Frank, Lori, back to you.
All right, Ashlyn, thanks very much. Time to check in on the 2 other local races. District 2, Macon Water Authority. Desmond Brown, the winner tonight over Lindsay Holliday. And Milledgeville City Council, that was the District 5 seat, and Shania Mapp defeats Oscar Davis.
You can check results as they come in tonight. Stream results right now on 13WMAZ.com, 13WMAZ Plus, and our YouTube channel. Of course, we'll have the latest results on 13WMAZ News at 11.
All is quiet out there now, but there could be a sprinkle, some fog farther toward the north. Warm days, warm nights as we finish this week. Could see near record stuff tomorrow. I'm thinking some upper 70s the farther south you go. And again, most folks dry for the next few days, but there could be a sprinkle at times. Next best chance is probably going to be around Sunday.
Yeah, no 40s on the board at all.
No, I know. It's a weird stretch.
Thanks for watching. More news comes your way on 13 WMAZ at 11.
Get your latest news and weather updates on the 13 WMAZ mobile app.
All right, we'll see you at 11 o'clock.
You're watching 13 WMAZ News, Election Night 2022.
Runoff election night, of course, the big race, the battle for the U.S. Senate seat in Georgia between the incumbent, the Democrat Raphael Warnock, the Republican challenger Herschel Walker. It's been back and forth all night long, but now the race appears to be over. Almost everyone is now calling this a victory for Raphael Warnock. His lead has continued to grow over the past 30 minutes or so. The lead now increasing to over 40,000 votes. So Raphael Warnock will retain his seat. This will be his first 6-year term. Warnock's election ensures that both Senate seats in Georgia will remain in Democratic control. John Ossoff, of course, has the other seat. So Raphael Warnock, it was a hard-fought campaign. It wasn't decided 4 weeks ago. It is decided tonight. Warnock still with votes out there to be counted, but his lead has continued to grow, as I said, over the past 30 to 45 minutes. Right now it's 51% to 49%, about a 40,000 vote difference. So Raphael Warnock has defeated the challenge from the Republican Herschel Walker and will retain his seat in the U.S. Senate. Of course, we'll continue to follow this on air and online, and more coming your way on 13 WMAZ News at 11.
You're watching 13 WMAZ News, Election Night 2022. across America with mega jackpots. It's Mega Millions.
Hello, America. I'm John Crow. It is Tuesday, December 6th, and tonight's Mega Millions jackpot is an estimated annuitized $354 million. To win that jackpot, you must bet C's 5 white balls plus that gold mega ball. Now, let's see if I can make you a millionaire tonight. Our first winning number tonight is 28. That's followed by 19. Up next, we have 16. Your next number is 15, and your final white ball number for this Tuesday evening is 47. Now for the mega ball number, that is 13. Again, tonight's winning numbers are 28, 19, 16, 15, 47, and the gold mega ball is 13. Now, if no one matches all 6 numbers, Friday's jackpot could be $379 million. Play on, America.
Breaking news as we come on the air tonight. News outlets, including CBS News and the Associated Press, calling the U.S. Senate race for incumbent Raphael Warnock. Hello, and thanks for joining us. I'm Frank Malloy.
And I'm Lori Johnson. Herschel Walker is, I believe, going to the podium, and we're going to be listening in as he speaks to his supporters.
Yeah, the Senate race, as you see right there, the totals have grown throughout the past hour or so. It was back and forth for most of the first few hours after the polls closed, with Warnock leading and then Walker, and now it appears Raphael Warnock has won this race. Herschel Walker giving his concession speech right now.
I'm going to say that as I got a chance to meet all you and to hear what you guys feel about this country. And I got a chance for you guys to tell me what you do feel about this country. I got a chance to go into your homes, got a chance that you invested in Herschel Walker. And I thank you. And I thank you so much. And as I said, we can't blame no one, because I want you to continue to believe in this country, believe in our elected officials, and most of all, stay together. Don't let anyone separate you. Don't let anyone tell you that we can't, because I'm here to tell you we can. And I'm here to tell you we can. And as I said early on, God is good, and He's a good God. All the time, He's a good God. So I want to say, I'm never going to stop fighting for Georgia. I'm never going to stop fighting for you, because you're my family. Because I always, I'm a winner. We're all winners, so we're all winners, and that's what I want to say. We're all winners, and I want to say, God is a good God. God bless you guys, and let me tell you, stay together. Continue to believe in our elected official. Always, always cast your votes, no matter whatever is happening. Cast your vote for all that. In God we trust. I do. In God we trust. Continue to cast your vote. Never, never, never give up. All right? God bless you guys. Thank you, guys. Now, thank you.
Herschel Walker right there, his concession speech following his defeat tonight at the hands of Raphael Warnock.
That's right. We have teams in Atlanta following each candidate's campaign. Molly Jett reporting from Senator Raphael Warnock's camp, while Anthony Montalto reporting from Herschel Walker's watch party.
All right, Senator Warnock obviously declared the winner tonight. Molly Jett is there right now. We could be hearing from him very soon, but let's check in with Molly to kind of see what the mood is like. Obviously, probably very upbeat right now.
Yes, all eyes are truly on Georgia right now, and the people in this room know it. Just after 10:20 today, people were screaming and shouting with pure excitement because of network projections making Senator Warnock the winner. Now, earlier today, you could see that the crowd was trickling in, but now it is very apparent that this crowd has packed the floor and the stage. On stage, Warnock supporters say it's been a long journey, but Warnock is the right person for this job. As Frank said, Senator Raphael Warnock is expected to take the stage very soon for the campaign, but in the meantime, we've heard from Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens and many others. He said, tonight we party and we do it for GA, ATL, and the USA. Rabbi Joshua Lesser also took the stage tonight. He prays for Warnock's ancestors to support him too.
From love and in this place, may we be aware that whatever outcome today and tomorrow, he is a victor because he is the benefactor of values, of teachings and morals that are worth more than any prize or contest.
Warnock ran on the fact that Herschel Walker was not fit for the job. Now, people in this room say they voted for Warnock because he was the correct man for the job. They say he tells the truth and will represent them in Washington, D.C. Live in Atlanta, Molly Jett, 13W, MAC News.
Thank you so much, Molly. We just heard from Herschel Walker just minutes ago. Anthony Montalto has been following the Walker campaign. He joins us live now from the Georgia Sports Hall of Fame.
That's right, Lori. We just heard from Herschel Walker a bit ago. He wanted to thank his team, his donors, and everyone who let him into their homes and that he got to meet this election cycle. He said he got to hear from people about why they wanted to invest in the country and that they couldn't blame anyone on the results. He just wants people to believe in their elected official. And the crowd was lively all night long, but even though the race was called, they were still hopeful here until the very end. The campaign put out an open invitation for tonight's watch party and expected a full capacity crowd. I'd say we got pretty close to that. We've spoken with some people tonight from all over the state, and they were pretty split on how they thought tonight would go. Some were confident until the end that Walker would take the Senate seat, but others said they were nervous. The one thing we kept hearing, though, many of them supported Walker for his stance on abortion, like Kimberly Washington.
I support him. I support his stances on abortion, for example. I support his stances on a lot of, well, some of the social issues. I do support that. I could not support the Reverend in.
Now, Walker ended tonight with a saying that he used a lot this election cycle. God is a good God, and he ended by saying, "In God we trust." Live in Atlanta, Anthony Montalto, 13 WMAC News.
Thank you so much, Anthony, reporting from Atlanta, the Herschel Walker camp tonight.
Well, as we shift gears into the weather department, we have warm weather, daytime and nighttime. This pattern's continuing as we go out through the rest of the week. Let's take a look over downtown. This time last night, we had a ton of fog out there, and there still may be some of that the farther north you are. 64 is the current number, and I think we'll see something maybe around 60 to start the day tomorrow, cooler toward the north. And again, this pattern stuck in place. Maybe a tiny sprinkle off and on for the next few days. Most won't see anything, but occasionally you may have a little sprinkle. That wedge in North Georgia, you can see a warm front heading up. Finally going to change that pattern. So all this warm stuff we've had, now the rest of the state will get it. So this map won't look this way tomorrow night, where we have 54 in Monticello, 67 down in Cordele. So you can see a little bit warmer also in some other spots. The dew points high except for in North Georgia, and that will change as we go through the day tomorrow. So again, maybe a sprinkle or two. As we go through the next few days, I'll show you. Future View comes up in just a few.
Tonight, runoff election night 2022. Ashlyn Webb has been with us throughout the evening, taking a closer look at the votes county by county. Ashlyn joins us in studio with our election tracker.
Yes, Frank, right now we're seeing 3.4 million votes counted, with Warnock with 50.8% of the vote. He's ahead by 57,000 votes, and that's expected to, his lead is expected to widen even more, because we're waiting on DeKalb County. DeKalb, 40% is reporting right now. We're still expecting at least 60%, or at maximum 60% of the vote to come in. Then also Fulton County, we're going to jump over here, 91% reporting. We're seeing some counties in Metro Atlanta still not reporting all of the votes. So of course, we're expecting to see Warnock's lead gaining even more. But one thing that we have seen throughout the night is Herschel Walker. He didn't have as much of a ground as he did in the general election in some of the stronghold Republican counties. One big example of that is Cherokee County. We didn't see the turnout that we were expecting to see in Cherokee County, and we can look and compare that to the general election. So you can see similar margins, but also you can see the difference in votes. So right now, Herschel Walker is ahead by about 39,000 votes in Cherokee, but then in the general election, that's 45,000. So you can see just that amount of votes, they add up in those big Republican strongholds. We'll be following the results tonight. Frank, Lori, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Ashlyn. Some people are wondering, since Democrats already secured control over the Senate, why did this race still matter? The main reason? Leverage. Warnock's win gives Democrats more leverage in deciding the makeup of key committees, an easier path to confirming judges, and more wiggle room in close votes. As former President Barack Obama explained during a rally for Warnock last week, it prevents one person from holding everything up. And he says it keeps Republicans from getting a filibuster-proof majority.
51 is better than 50 because it means Reverend Warnock will keep representing you in Washington.